down and out and out, losing control. She gets coffee on Tuesdays, and sometimes I see her out of nowhere. I get one step forward, I'm five steps back. I'm done with playing the fool, yeah. Monday to Friday, I'll be waiting, trying to find the words to say to you. She got me psycho. She got me down and out and out.
Jumping European Championships Riesenbeck 2025 on Saturday morning. This is the team championship and we're going to have the second round for the teams. Guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen noch einmal zu den FEI Europameisterschaften der Children. Wir beginnen heute Morgen mit der zweiten Runde des Teamentscheids und kommen zunächst einmal zu den Einzelreitern. Es werden 46 Einzelreiter sein und dann am Ende 11 Teams, die sich hier für das Mannschaftsfinale qualifiziert haben. We're going to have 46 individual competitors and then afterwards 11 teams competing for the team medals of the European Championships for the children. Let's have a look into the course, starting with obstacle number 1, the FEI Jumping European Championship Oxer, then turning on the left curve to the red and white Oxer number 2. First combination, waiting on the left-hand side with a white plank of this dark roses, very rock and roses combination. 3A and B, 2 strides in between, and then the second combination awaiting on the right-hand side, on the right curve, 4A and B, with 1 stride in between after the vertical towards the Oxer. The Ludger's P combination, and also the prizes in kind of this class are given by Ludger's P. That's Pferdefutter. And behind the double combination, we have the cast vertical number 5. Turning right, and directly to Oxer number 6, and the diagonal line over the butterfly triple bar towards the water tray vertical. That's a colorful vertical number 8, distance between 7 and 8. On the left-hand side, another free-time line. That's the wall awaiting obstacle number 9 towards the free-time Oxer number 10 and the Riesenbeck International Oxer number 11. Then turning on the left curve. Left curve towards the Clip My Horse vertical, and the last combination, the third of the 3 combinations, is the double with the yellow poles and the Olympic sideways with 13A and B, finishing this course after 500 meters and then a time allowed of 86 seconds for this course. 500 Meter, die Bahnlänge, 86 Sekunden, die Anlaufzeit mit 13 Hindernissen und 16 Sprüngen mit 3 zweifachen Kombinationen und heute in der zweiten Runde der Teams erhöhten technischen Anforderungen. Alles das auf einer ausgeschriebenen Hindernishöhe von 1,30 Meter aufgebaut von Peter Schumacher, Phil Schmauder, Peter Majek und dem Technical Delegate Louis Konix. Nun geht es los mit dem ersten der 46 Einzelreiter.
Well, a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Riesenbeck and the FEI Jumping European Championships for 2025. For the youth, it is time for the children's team final, the children's championship, their third round of jumping in terms of individuals. And that's exactly where we're going to start for the moment, because we've got the individuals to enjoy. First and foremost, around 45, 46 of them coming forward. And then we will get into those 11 teams. And, of course, Germany leading the way in the team situation. They're in the gold medal position at the moment. And we will look forward to that, because the medals are to be awarded here today. So that to come. Problems, though, here at the beginning, sadly, for Annalisa Shaparanova. Had the easiest championship so far with Diamond League. This track that we have set by Peter Schumacher, set at a height of 1,30 meters, 16 different jumping efforts. He's gone with the 3 doubles over and above a combination, and time allowed is 86 seconds. Obviously, difficult start, but yeah, we're going to work through the individuals, adding to those scores to start with, and then we'll move into the teams in a little while. Sadly, again, having a difficult end to what has not been the easiest of weeks. Annalisa Shaparanova there for Serbia. In a moment, we move on to the first of the Monegasque riders, and Juliette Norges here with Hildeven, the 8-year-old mare by Diamant de Semelli. 78 there starting score. In fact, is that? I think that's. I give you misinformation.
Sorry, this is
the green jacket says it's Ireland. On a Bill's Everett and Godivia Quality, so a little bit of a change in the order.
Everett.
I suspect some of those earlier ones are not coming forward. So, we had a difficult opening day with the first competition, but actually jumped for 8 on the second day. Ireland, of course, have had a lot of success so far this week with the junior team gold and young rider team silver. Unfortunately for Ireland, though, they didn't actually qualify for the team final here in the children's. On the 4 at the moment. Quality is there, isn't it? Good Evia quality. Honour Bills Everett for Ireland. Sure, it would have been a very different week had the table or the first round gone a little differently.
The score for her is 62 penalty points after 3 rounds of the FBI European Championships Children. So it's going to be the third rounds for the competitors. We're starting in reverse order of the scores after 2 rounds.
Plenty watching on, trying to get a little bit of insight into how this course is riding.
And we take our time.
The teams, of course, we saw the Danish team over there, the Dutch team keeping their watching eye on what's to come as well. Part of the lineups to come a little later. There's actually 11 teams because we had an equal 10th that have qualified for the final. Germany, the only team to start out later today on a 0. Clear in the gold. They've got that 4 penalty advantage over Italy and Switzerland, who are tied in second place for the moment at least. And then you've got 4 teams, Sweden, Netherlands, Belgium and France, just a fence behind the podium. And they're all sat on 8, also in the mix. Great Britain on 12, Czech Republic on 16, and then the Danish and Polish teams on 17. So that is all to come. Now, let's just check who's next before we deep dive off the cliff into thinking we know who it is, because it's not necessarily the case.
PM, so you need to wait one more, so Vanessa goes first.
So, with a little luck, this is Vanessa. This is Vanessa Skankorova. And Impreto, no, it's not. Something's happened. I'm confused. So this, I think that was Pierre, and this is Vanessa. We're off and running. Didn't have a bad opening day, actually, these two. They jumped well, 7 penalties, but it went wrong on the second day, and that is not going to help them here on the third day.
Unfortunately, that's the second refusal.
Not finding it any easier here today. Tough end for the two of them.
Next to go, 53 penalty points. This is Naila, 12 years of age, by Nerago and Pia Rojko, Slovenia.
Well, this is now Pierre Rojoko. Round for 5 on the opening day, but was one of those eliminated on the second day. This is Naylor 4, 12-year-old Narado mare. Again, now having to take an additional circle.
Once again, second refusal is the elimination. This is Bulgaria next to go.
So that was Pierre Rojoko.
Palmyra ZL by Block Blue and Colibri, Laura Holakova.
Laura Chulakova next for Bulgaria. Riding here with Palmyra ZL. Block Blue mare, 10 years of age. Delicate plank on top of that first part of the double. Well, they finish on the total of 65 for their championship scores, so happy enough. I think just to see them getting round to finish things off and be able to take a little bit of positivity, despite the fences going down here, to finish their week here in Riesenbeck. It's the top 30. All those tied equal 30th place, which means in the children you can quite often get a few more than 30. But otherwise it is the top 30 that will qualify to head off into the individual final, which takes place tomorrow morning. We'll have the first individual championship here this afternoon, because we'll have the junior junior individual title on offer. Well, this Ileana Palomero riding with Eloise Daquart. Nearly got there.
Elena Palmaro and Riesenbeck.
Well, getting over the double on their second attempt, so at least been able to finish off with their championship by crossing the finish line there. That was Ileana Palmaro riding for Monaco.
Und nun kommt ein Reiter aus Portugal zu uns. Mit 48 Strafpunkten aus der gestrigen ersten Runde des Nationenpreises. Ballerina Girl Maria Inês Sequeiros for Portugal.
Portugal. And Maria Inês Sequeiros jumped a lovely clear round on the first day. Sadly, they didn't work out on day two when they were eliminated. But this is Ballerina Girl Divio Z. Again, looking for just a strong end to their week. Over the line they go, and just picking up the additional 8 penalties here to finish on a score of 56. So that was Maria Inês Sequeiros riding for Portugal.
At the moment, but please stop, don't stop. Wait a second, please. Number 2, we need to, Peter Magic, please prepare obstacle number 2, thank you very much. And then we set the countdown.
So we're just putting a fence back up and then we can get going again with these tools. So we're back with Romania. Romania Garcia, 20 on day 1, 16 on day 2. Starts out today on a total of 36. This is Guerli van der Bishop, the 9-year-old next up. Fence is good to go, ready to rock. Countdown underway, and we get going. Although late fence going down as well as, so 63 is unfortunately the combined total of faults over the days of jumping.
Es kommt Portugal zu uns mit 33 Strafpunkten, einer der jüngsten Schirbenreiter hier.
Picking up a total of 27 today, 63 in all. The next to go, we're back with Portugal. A 16 and a 17 for a lovely 18 years of age, this gelding by Conair. So again, finishing off the week. Nice little pat for his horse. Lovely to see. Well done. And of course, it's a great learning experience for all of these jockeys and the riders here. So that was Portugal's Thomas Sabinian Calves and Charlie, who round out the week on a total of 41. Just the 8 in this final day of jumping. Austria heading our way. Edgar Alexander Ricard riding Tiger Lily.
Es sind 16 Strafpunkte in dieser dritten Runde für Edgar Alexander Reinhardt geworden.
46 as a championship total at the end.
46 Strafpunkte nach 3 Runden. Final score of 46 penalty points.
Obviously, these individuals were working through these 40, sorry, even more than 50 or so individuals. The order is stacked in reverse order, so once we get deeper into them, because there are 3 of them in the individual section that are coming back on 0 penalties. There's about 15 0 penalties over the entirety of the riders still competing. Now, this is a combination starting out today on 28. It is Carmen Benella Medina for Spain. Running here with Kiana de la Chapelle, the 9-year-old mare. And that puts them to the top of the board at the moment. 32 the score. Well done, Carmen. Best of the rounds, or one of the best rounds we've seen so far, alongside Honourable's Everett, the Irish rider, alongside Carmen. Both the only two riders to go around for 4. Ella Rush coming our way in a moment, though. The next for Ireland, Beach Buggy, the mare by Beach Ball.
Ella Rush and Beach Buggy. When it adds 10 penalty points, including 2 for
So Ella Rush going into second on a final total of 37 as the individual rider there for the Irish lineup. And going for the moment overall into second place. So picking up a total of 10 today because of a couple of time penalties as well.
For Belgium with 26 penalty points, Kenneth van der Hansen-Acker, 9 years of age by Biscuit Baloo, and Marie Deneuve for Belgium.
This is Marie Deneuve riding for Belgium. This is Quinette van der Giesenecker, 9-year-old by Biscuit Baloo, their individual rider. Yeah, we've been waiting. Well done, lovely to see. And it's such a positive. And whether they make it into the individual finals or not now, you can see what it means to her to be able to jump that clear and finish things off on such a high. And well done to Marie and to Quinette van der Gazenacker there for Belgium. So holds on to that 26 score, and for the moment is the best of the individual totals that we have. Nicely done. So who else can jump it clear? Now Romania's Celia Maria Chirac riding Casina GZ, the 8-year-old mare. So that combination also having events to score a total of 33 in the end here today. Well, having two fences to score 33 here today. It was Celia Chiriac and Casina GZ riding there for Romania. Ireland up next, Elsie Tunney. After a tough opening day, jump for 4 on the second day with flexible flight. Championship total of 24 at the moment. What a great finish. Well done, and to the two of them. Elsie Tunney, 24, is where she sits come the end as a total, but a ever-improving week of jumping from those two that finishes on a high for the combination, jumping clear here in their third round. So well done to Flexible Flight and to Elsie Tunney.
And 4 in the first and 18 in the second round, that's 22 penalties for the next rider from Monaco. Londra Deloxa and Adriana Lado.
Monaco's Adriana Ladlow now. Londra Deloxa, the 12-year-old mare by Toulon. Championship total of 22.
Sorry, but that's the second refusal.
Sadly, not the end they were looking for. Bad luck to Adriana and Londra Deloxa.
Four more competitors in this first part of the children individual riders presented by Volkswagen Carl Schneider. La Perla VA, 20 competitor on course.
Well, the next up for Norway, Hannah Elizabeth Jacqueline riding here with La Perla VA on a score of 21. Round now. Across the line to finish on that score of 25, so just picking up the 4 today. Pretty solid finish there. Going to have to go second overall for Hannah Elizabeth Jacqueline there for Norway with La Perla VA.
For her individual European Championships. And next to go is Portugal once more, 21 penalties for her. After 2 rounds, Jicaribanta, that's the name of the 11-year-old mare by Shaman Matilde Rodrigues for Portugal.
This is Matilda Rodriguez from Portugal with this ride, the 11-year-old mare. This is Chicarabanta, total of 21. Second clear of the day goes to the Portuguese star. That's also going to be going home with a really positive feeling. You can see what it means to them as well. It's lovely to watch. Matilda Rodriguez, congratulations, Chicarabanta, finishing on that 21 and leads at the moment. The difference a day makes. Well done to them. The next up is Germany's individual. Of course, Germany have got the lead overall in the teams on their own. This is Mathilde Berbem, who's riding as an individual with Sam Semper, the 13-year-old. This combination picked up 4 and 13, so on a total of 17. So Mathilde there, finishing on a total of 21, so just the 4 today to add to the score of 17 from the previous 2 rounds of jumping. That was Sam Semper. That was Germany's individual rider. One more to go before we take a break, then we'll be halfway through the individuals and we'll come back with the remaining individuals on those of 16 to 0 before we then turn into those 11 teams. And of course the team final is the big moment of the morning with the medals coming our way for the Children's European title for teams. So this is Gulia Özkan, Mystic Lady van Buxenhof.
Güler Missy Lady von Buxtehude with 8 penalty points included. That's now a new individual score of 24.
24 it is, with the 8 here today. So a lot of jumping to come. Reverse order, obviously, of those riders coming in. In fact, I think we've just found another one to go before the break. It's going to be Roxanda Maria Fleur and Allegredo Louis. Maybe we're not having a break. Maybe we're continuing. But there was due to be a break. Okie dokie. So they finish on a total of 24. So picking up another 8 today for Roxanda Maria Floria there and Agal Dawali. And there is a 10-minute break. We'll get back underway with more individuals here in Riesenbeck.
For the medals of the FIA European Championships for children. Willkommen zurück zum nächsten Teil. Zunächst einmal der Einzelreiter.
Back underway with the individuals, and this now, those with 16 or less penalties of those competing outside of the teams. So there's at the moment a best score of 21 from Matilda Rodriguez. Seen what, 3 clear rounds here this morning. But on we go with Sophia Aurelia George now with Flyaway Sun Up, the 10-year-old mare. And it's a combination that picked up 14 on the opening day and then recovered to jump a lovely clear on the second day of jumping for the children. So on a championship mark of 14 as it stands. So Sophia Aurelia George picking up 4 further penalties to finish off their championship on a total of 18. Hard to judge where the cut-off line will come for those that get to go through to the individual final tomorrow. You start to think you're not going to be too far away.
On his way to start is from Turkey, Can Doruk Özdemir.
Kendirk Özdemir is for Turkey. CSF Keatingstown Blue Lagoon. Held by VDL Zorocco Blue. Championship score 13. So that, at the end of the round, is a nice way to finish, isn't it? You can finish with a clear like that. CSF Keatingstown Blue Lagoon. As I say, I'm not sure whether 13 or 14s will get through. It's always, but you think there might be a small chance.
Und auch 13 Strafpunkte für die nächste aus Spanien. 13 penalties for the next rider from Spain. Danai de Rie, by Kamal, Saint-Français, and Carmen Bariñada-Mas.
You are still there relying on some of those ahead of you, of course, to make mistakes to get through with that many. But and if you'd look back the cutoff would have been probably only 5 penalties, 4 or 5 penalties. If you'd have used the 30 line at the start of today, you know they're going to pick up full, so there will be a change. That number will increase. Right, this is Carmen Barredamas riding Danid Derrière, also on 13. Ooh, going to a stop. Well, by the end of the championship, their total is, of course, a 32 there for Carmen Barredamas. 19 scored on this occasion.
96.02 seconds, and that's a new individual score of 32 penalties. Next to go with 12 penalties after 2 rounds.
Time allowed, FYI, is 86 seconds. Czech Republic on a score of 12 now with Zuzana Gereskova, 8 and 4. Concerto Milo. .24 by the end of the show, as it was Zuzana Gereskova picking up another 12 here after 12 from the previous couple of rounds.
And again, 12 penalties. That's her score so far after 2 rounds. Agalov ABZ, 7 years young, this daughter of Aganis Yusiliyev and the doctor. And for Turkey, Riesenbeck.
Turkey is next to go with this combination that sits on a score of 12, 4 and 8 over the opening days. This is Karinaka riding Agalov ABZ. So 16 is just a additional 4 today. Nice way to round things off. And in Turkey at the moment, Turkey is leading and second. The two Turkish riders are sitting first and second. Kerineka there in second place on that score of 16. Good news for them. Ireland coming next with their next rider. That's the best placed of the Irish riders as things currently stand. Ryan Horgan, Alicante, also on 8, score of 12. Brilliant. Well done, Ryan. Lovely way to finish off. Could have been such a different week for the Irish riders. They just didn't have the luck, shall we say, on that opening day. But it's not a bad way to wrap things up. 12 the score. Ryan Horgan and his ride there for Ireland Alicante. So clear round. Not been many of them so far, so good to see. I think that's the 4th or 5th. This is the turn of our next up for the Netherlands, Messina de Thunder. She's one penalty better off than Ryan as she starts, so could push ahead of the young Irish rider if she gets a clear. Just a moment.
Just a moment.
15 is the eventual score for the Dutch rider there of Messina de Thunder. And just a moment, so adding those 4 penalties on today. Next to go is the Italian individual.
And now things prepared for the Italian lady rider with another 11 penalties on score. Catherine de Roche, French-bred 13-year-old mare, and Maria Vittoria Caffuri, Italy.
So the Italian now is Maria Vittoria Caffuri. Starting out on a individual score of 11. Draw came on the opening day. She then recovered to a clear round yesterday.
What a great clear.
What a couple of days. What a couple of days. And it just all goes back to the problem on day one. She's then gone on and jumped clear round after clear round. She's still there, stuck with the 11, but I think...
Her score is still 11
Isn't it
points.
nice? Well done.
Also noch immer 11 Strafpunkte für sie.
That's a team working together, those two.
Mit 10 Strafpunkten unterwegs. 10 penalty points from 2 rounds. Contina del Marseille.
So that was Maria Vittoria Gaffari finishing on 11. Next to go, it's the turn of Spain's Vincent del Campo de Jorge. 2 and 8 for a total of 10 so far with Contina de Marseille.
Vicente del Campo de Jorge und Contina del Marseille. Das sind dann 8 Strafpunkte hinzu, also 18 insgesamt beim Einzelergebnis. With 8 penalties to add, so 18 penalty points.
18 it is at the end of the round, unfortunately, there with those extra 8 for Vinciente. We now move into the riders with 8 penalties at the moment of those that are competing just in the individual section. Bertine Hagen Berestered now with the first of 2 coming in a row for Norway. JJ Kasika. the punching of the air, and a big pat for your horse. Well done. Congratulations, Bettine Hardgan busted. Lovely round of jumping, wasn't it? To deliver the best championship score so far. Total of 8. So great news there for JJ's Kasika. Staying with Norway as well for the next to go. Staying with our Norwegian stars, it's Twiggy's turn now. Twiggy Josephine Asunder, and this is Queen. Clears, double clears. Well, actually, double clears, 2 clears for Norway. Really nice. So that's those 2 riders on 8. Is that enough to get into the final tomorrow? Wait and see. Great to see a few clears now picking up as well. Some lovely riding. I mean, these combinations that have, they've only had a fence, maybe 2 fences over the duration so far. France's Scarlett Desterendel next up with Quick Tweet. Has had 1 down each day, sits on the 8 for Scarlett. Here she goes now as the individual for France. What a shame after, as I say, just having a fence each day to suddenly having a really disappointing end. But bad luck there to Scarlett after strong week. She's part of Team Philip Arts, that's what that horse is. So that's Scarlett for France now. Back with Turkey. Yes. Nazil Doradamanil. This is a partnership that are on total of 6. Just 2 time on day 1, 4 on day 2. Ecstasy Cotil, the 11-year-old stallion, up next for Turkey. So 18 come the end of that round as a championship total. The 12 there into the score for Nazil Demenil and Ecstasy Kotil for Turkey.
Die mit 4 Strafpunkten vorbelastet sind und bei einer Nullrunde definitiv schon mal fürs Einzelfinale morgen früh qualifiziert sind. So the next 9 competitors, the last ones for the individuals. This is from Romania. Castigo de Amor, 12 years of age by Cascadello Com Air, Holstein bred, and Daria Maria Kopos, Romania, 4 penalty points.
Well, from Romania now, this on a score of 4 so far. In the championship is Daria Maria Kopos riding Castigo d'Amor. So far, so good. Round we come to the Clip My Horse fence.
And disqualified.
Beautifully done, clear all the way. 4 is the score, best of them all so far. You've got to believe that's going through to tomorrow. And that is a great way to head there. So well done to the Romanian partnership of Daria Maria Corporas and Castigo d'Amor. Clear 4 clear. Nice way to look at the scorecard. What about a 4 clear? That would be the scenario if these two go clear, because it's a 4 and a 0 so far for the score for Spain's Javier Catalan Corronde and Gizmo de Pravia.
Okay, Xavi, we're so sorry.
Wow. Oh.
But the bell has rung, and that was the sign for a refusal at obstacle number 2, and that has meant that you needed to stop and not write a double combination afterwards. So sorry that.
To be fair, I'm not sure how much control he actually had.
You need to be eliminated because you took the double combination at that point.
Well, that's very, very sad way to round out the week after what had been a really promising start. So still the 4 is the best at the moment. Now we're going to a rider who has only picked up 2 penalties so far. That was on the first day with time and then clear yesterday. Lancia Nimrodozeg. Rides for Hungary with Coden VA.
Nur aus der ersten Runde kommt eher aus Ungarn zu uns mit Coden VA. Ein Holsteiner des Clarivo Malcoriano 12-jährig Laszlo Nimrodozeg for Hungary. And there's the pin.
Nice. Keeping him very much in play. He goes into Sunday on a 2-penalty score with another clear round to his name. Well done there to Laszlo. And to Coden VA for Hungary. Well, what about a combination that could go through? The next three all going to come forward on one penalty, and then we've got the 3 clears. And then we're going to look to the teams. That's the main aim of the morning. Once we get through these individuals, but the individuals important as well, because we need to understand who's got what score going into tomorrow. Now, this is, as I say, the first of the 1 penalty scores. Cristiana Pires from Portugal, riding Simba de Alid. 1 the score so far.
Constanza, we're so sorry. But no harm for you, no harm for your horse.
Well, fingers crossed they will.
Constanza Pires, we can give a big round of applause, a kind of close applause.
Unfortunate way to finish things off, but fingers crossed all as well for the future for those two after what had been an impressive showing, but yeah, very sad way to finish things out. Now, as I said, there were more than one-on-one. This next is also one. Nita Tulilan from Finland. Keep Going is the name of this gelding by Cannonball.
Keep going, that's the way to do. Keep going, and Nita Tulilan for Finland. Nita Tulilan and Keep Going.
So they add another 4 to the score of 1 and Keep Going. They hopefully will into tomorrow with luck. I'm going to wait to find that out, but Nita Tulilan there and Keep Going for Finland, picking up a score of 4 today. Forward jump before we take a little pause and then line things up for the team jumping that's edging ever closer at the start of the big run to the gold. That is not too far off. Right, the next to go rides for the Swiss lineup, Switzerland. Of course, this is their individual. Their team is vying for a medal as well. Victoria Beck on a score of 1 with hold up Marin. The clears. Look, she knows that's almost certain. Well, it is certain to send her through to Sunday. Well done. Hold up, Marin. Switzerland's Victoria Beck. Sticks on 1 penalty. Look at that. Lovely to see. Happy days for the Swiss star. Great news.
So it's only 1 penalty, the time from the first competition. And so this is the top score of the individual ranking at the moment, but we have 3 more to go from the individuals that are all clear after 2 rounds. 3 noch aus der Einzelwertung, die allesamt fehlerfrei aus 2 Prüfungen kommen. Carrera de Brimbel als nächstes, 13 Jahre alt vom Kanan und Lucas Morote Soria.
So this is the turn of Lucas Morote Soria and Carrera de Brimbels. So far clear. The first of these 3 individuals we see on a 0 score. Oh, what a shame. He was so close to delivering on the clear rounds that he's managed so far, but drops back onto that score of 4.
So with that 4 penalties, you are qualified for the individual final.
So he will qualify, but it's not,
And again, the next one, carrying a clear score after 2 rounds from Slovenia.
So next up is Kaja Korapanek for Slovenia, also on a 0 score so far with GRC a cappella. Can they be the first to jump 3 rounds and hold on to that 0 score? We've got a 0. 3 clears in a row. Well done. First to achieve it. The first naught. That's brilliant. Kaja Korobek from Slovenia there goes in to the individual finals tomorrow, knowing that she has every opportunity to jump for a gold medal.
And also the next rider on a clear score after 2 rounds already, crossing fingers for Great Britain, crossing fingers for Jamaica and Eleonora Jungman.
Eleonora Lungerman now, the last of the individuals before we go into the team competition, and of course the other rider looking to maintain a 0 score so far, heading into those individual rounds come tomorrow morning. Oh, she gave that a little nudge, but it stayed up. We have another on a 0 score. Eleonora Lingerman and Jamaica EBH. Congratulations, Eleonora. And that is 2 so far. There are others that could yet join them. But the key, if you're going for gold individually, is just to keep jumping clear. They'll have to do it on 2 more occasions. And then the likelihood, looking back at previous years, is you end up in a jump-off situation at that point. But you just, yeah, there are about 15, without looking it up, that were or are able to finish on a 0. So far, 2 of the 3 we've seen have managed it. Right, let's take a little break. There's the order at the moment. Of course, all of the team riders also ride as individuals, and many of them in a very good place and good position. So several 0s, as I say, to come. But it is to the teams that we will shortly turn. That'll be the focus this morning. There are 11 teams jumping for gold. Germany currently in the gold medal position. Could it be their moment on the top of the podium? Here at home in Riesenbeck, we will find out in about 7 or 8 minutes' time when things get underway.
Europameisterschaften springen für die Children. Es ist der zweite Umlauf nach der ersten Runde. Gestern haben sich die besten 11 Mannschaften für diesen zweiten Umlauf qualifiziert. Und es sind am Ende die ganzen Fehlerpunktsummen bei den Children, wird ja nach Fehlern und Zeit geritten, beziehungsweise die Fehlerpunkte, die sich ja auch addieren. Das bedeutet durchaus ein Stechen am Ende dieses Nationenpreises möglich. Aber jetzt schauen wir erst einmal auf die erste Mannschaft. Der 11. hier zum Start kommen. The first team to go is always in the first rider rotation, the Polish team, the team of Tomasz Bogarski. And we're starting the team final round number 2 with this combination. The Polish team starting on 17 penalty points after 2 rounds. And this one is the first to go. For Poland, the 18-year-old son of number 1 of North.
Welcome along. It's time
Best of luck for all the teams. Gaia, Kazmierska, for Poland.
to get underway. The team final for the Children European Championship of 2025. Good luck to all of them. 11 teams, 10 positions. They were tied in. Right, 7 tied on 17 were Poland and Denmark. So both teams managed to squeeze through. So this Gaia Kazmaraka leader 1. What a start. What a start for Poland. Perfect start, leader 1, the 8-year-old stallion, delivering the clear. And that is exactly what they will have all needed.
So 15 penalty points for the individual score of leader 1 and Gaia Kazmierska. Next to go is Denmark, always in the first rider rotation, already started. It's for Denmark, the Kjørkedør, Augusta Riesenbeck. So this is Augusta Ruby. Good at all. Finishing on the 5 that they started on, and with clear rounds coming just like that,
Those that are still to come will only but feel the pressure begin to mount.
Einzelergebnis von Augusta Rübi für Dänemark. Dritte Mannschaft im ersten Durchgang ist Tschechien mit Susanna Janatova.
Carolina Hammers-Manova will be next up with Dickens LP. She had a clear and a 9 over the 2 days. The Czech Republic only have a 1 penalty lead over the 2 teams we've already seen from Poland and Denmark, and sit in 9th place starting out today for off Great Britain, who are the team ahead of them in 8th. Well, they finish today with those fences falling. Obviously, it affects her individual score as well. So with the 8 there, the first 2.
7 years of age, beautiful Dickens LP. Und jetzt kommen die Briten. Gestern gab es Mannschaftsbronze bei den jungen Reitern. Yesterday's team bronze of the young riders, and this is the first competitor for the British team of
Great Britain's Lottie Adams now has jumped clear in 4. Kelly COL, the 9-year-old mare. British team on a total of 12, starting out the day in 8th place. Obviously, 8 penalties, but also 8 positions off maybe a medal. 12 off that leading score. Only Germany today starting out on a 0 score. This is Lottie Adams. With those fence, sadly it means that the British team starting off with a total of 12 from their first rider, disappointingly. So, of course, as we know, those opening 2 riders going clear just adds a little bit of pressure to the teams that are still coming, although there's a lot of jumping still to come. This is only the first rider, and of course that 12 can be discarded for the moment, so doesn't have too much of an impact until we see how the others do. France, Belgium, the Netherlands and Sweden are all tied on a score of 8. Now this is Estigardnet. He's jumped clear in 4 so far over this event. Absolute Delac is the name of the ride.
Es ist Goffine, ein absoluter Lack. Es sind dann 8 Strafpunkte in diesem Parcours.
So that 8 obviously is the score for the French rider. A little bit disappointed, frustrated. There's a lot of pressure on these young riders. They need to be proud of themselves for what they've achieved so far, but they all want to try and find their way into a medal position if they can.
Yesterday's win of the gold medal for the Belgian young rider team. And this is once again Henrik de Luut. Chef d'équipe also for the children. Rania, first one to go for the Belgian team with Margot Debuche.
Well, Margot Debuche there for Team Belgium. With the 2 down, she's also on a score of 8. And I tell you what, those rounds from Poland and Denmark looking even better and better.
Belgium with 8 penalties. This is the Netherlands with 8 penalty points. That's the team score. And the rider herself with a clear round of 2 times, so clear score after 2 rounds. Fehlerfrei ist ihr Einzelergebnis. Das Team der Niederlande mit 8 Strafpunkten unterwegs. Das Team von Edwin Hochenrath beginnt jetzt mit Nini van HD. First competitor for the Dutch team, Lieselot Koremans.
Well, here we go with the Dutch challenge. This is their first rider, Lieselot Koremans, also hoping for herself to keep on a 0 score. This is Nini van HD. Looking good at the moment. Of course, so far there's only 2 riders that have managed to get home on a 0 score. That'll make 3, and that's a great news story for the Netherlands, as they will be hoping to try and rise up through the order towards the podium here. And the medals that are still very much within reach. So that was the first Dutch rider, Lieselot Koremans. Now to the first Swedish rider. Third clear out of the team riders, putting the Dutch on the front foot.
And still a clear for Lieselot in the individual rankings. Welcome Sweden. This is Sweden, first competitor. The Swedish team also on 8 penalties after 2 rounds as a team score. She herself on 4 after 2 rounds in the individual.
Emily Klederberg for Sweden next up, and this Swedish rider who has 4 and a clear from the 2 days so far. Now this is Nila van der Bishop, the 12-year-old untouchable mare. Now with that clear coming from the Netherlands, Sweden are the other nation on a team score of 8 starting out today. Not 4 so far today, of course. If she can keep it to the 4, that would at least be a slightly better round than what France and Belgium have delivered from their opening. Ooh, back rail. There's definitely advantage the Netherlands of the teams that have started today on a total of 8, because Sweden are also picking up an 8. Now, yes, it's discarded for the moment. France and Belgium, though, also knowing that they have an 8 penalty discard. Right, on to the medal teams, those that are in the medal positions, and of course, there's really not a lot in it. We're all seeing how easy it is for fences to fall. And yesterday we saw a team in the juniors or the young riders. I mean, Poland started in the bronze medal position and in the end finished 9th. It can swing one way or the other. This is Italy. Italy, who have got through to this stage of the team final, tied for the silver medal with the Swiss, both on a score of 4. And this is their first rider on his 1 penalty score, Antonio Sparano and Mexicano VDL.
Clear.
Nice, Italy. Well done. That's the start we were looking for, to make sure that it is going to be a very close fought affair for the medals here today. Nicely done, the Italians putting the pressure on those to go. Antonio Sparano having an excellent week, and he'll know that he's on that 1 penalty score as an individual as well, so that's tremendous news. Now the next up is the first of the Swiss team. It's Noah Phillips de Voist riding for Ega de la Collier. This is a gelding by Babdarev. And this is a combination aiming to also complete on a 0 score individually and to help the Swiss team. he's done it. And he's done it for both himself and for Switzerland. Lovely result there with Figure de Concierge for Noah as he jumps clear. 5 clears out of the 10 nations we've seen so far with their first rider, and one more nation to come. And of course, it'll be the nation that leads the way. But it's a super start from the 2 teams that are pushing Team Germany here today. Germany's big chance to take a big medal here, with the advantage of a 4-penalty lead starting out as the only nation on a 0 score. It is Max Kugler now with Gregory, 28. Individually, he's had a clear and an 8 so far. And Germany, as I say, though, the team looking for a 0 score. Fence going down as well. How expensive does it turn out to be a little later? It hasn't yet. Of course, it's always hard to tell with the first riders going, because you can discard those scores. But it definitely is different to the scores of the 2 teams we've already seen on the podium. So Germany on a 4. But in fairness, the 3 riders that are yet to come for Germany are the 3 riders that are yet to touch a pole over the course of this event. So they've got some strong combinations still to come. Right, 1 has gone from each team. Now we can start to see what happens to those scores and see if things start to move. It certainly won't for Poland, because they've already delivered a brilliant clear round from Gaia Kizmarek. Now they've got their second rider out, Lina Pusavrik. And she's riding here with Lily Marlene for the second rider now for Team Poland, the second rotation of riders. Lina, who went clear on day 1 but picked up 16 on day 2.
Lena Bulgarevic and Lily Malin. Es sind 4 Strafpunkte hier. 4 penalty points, 20 Strafpunkte, Einzelergebnis.
20 final score. So the 4 today, for the moment, doesn't need to count. They stay on their 17. That can be discarded for the time being. So that was the first fault for Poland out of their 2 riders we've seen so far. Now Denmark, of course, who also delivered a clear from their opening rider, Laura Slopkina. She jumped 4 and 12 so far.
Für den Match 8 Strafpunkte auf das Konto von Laura Sokja. Care Sweethearts, 24 penalties in new individual score and 8 penalty points to add for the Danish team, but we already have a clear for them.
So that can be discarded for the moment at least, and they'll be pleased to know that that is the case, because otherwise they would have had to add on those 8 penalties. But for the moment, just like Poland, they stick on 17. Now the next team, the Czech Republic, do not have that option, because they already have a discard. Patrick Opatani up next. He has jumped for 7 across the 2 rounds so far, a 4 and a 3. To try and keep the score. So I see is a 10-year-old stallion by Cicero Z. Van Pamel. 7 penalties coming by 4 on the opening day and 3 from the clock on the second day. But he's already now had a fence that will count towards the score. So the Czech Republic have moved on to a total of 20 as a best outcome for the championship, which therefore drops them, at least for the time being, behind Poland and Denmark. They have to count the 4.
For penalties at the free jump boxer, so another 4 to add to his individual score. It's now 11 penalties, and we need to count 4 penalties already for the team of Czech Republic. Team Great Britain started with 12 penalties by Lottie Adams. This is the second rider for the team of Claire Whittaker, on her way to start with Chic RVZ, Christina Cotton.
This is the turn of Britain's second rider, Christina Cotton, Chic RVZ. Well, that score of 4 at the moment obviously moves the British team on to a score of 16. Still, for the time being, keeps them ahead of Poland and Denmark. Also ensures they can keep the 12 discarded.
4 Strafpunkte für Christina Cotton and Chic RVZ. It's another 4 penalty points.
So the 4 is the score, 16 is the best outcome now for the British team. So moving again up by 4.
16 penalties team score. The French team started on 8 penalties with SF Goffinet. Now the next one is on a clear score after 2 rounds. Fehlerfrei das Einzelergebnis auf der nächsten Reiterin für Frankreich. Caravelle de Nom und Lena Daudinet-Paquet.
France. Lina Darene-Poquet and Caravella de Lume from France. A 0 score for the championship so far. France, of course, with an 8. Brilliant from France. They needed that after the 8 from their opening rider, but they can keep it well away from the scoreboard because they stick with the 8 penalty score.
Also fehlerfrei für Frankreich im Mannschaftsergebnis. Damit haben sie die erste Null und auch Lena Paquet. Für ihr Einzelergebnis ist sie auf jeden Fall in der Spitzengruppe der Einzelwertung morgen früh im Finale unterwegs. Before we start, please correct the wall. Peter, once again, thank you very much. Have a look at the wall. And now, next to go is the team of Belgium. Team of Henrik Duluth. 5 penalty points is individual score after 2 rounds.
Nathan Van Dijk next up. Nathan here with Nashville Van Mullenhof. Gelding by Elvis Duput. For today and 4 for Belgium. So Nathan over the finish line there with the 4, and that means the team from Belgium moving on to a total of 12. So with that little group on 8, the first movement's beginning to divide them.
This is now the Netherlands. They started with the clear, and now they're coming with the second rider, the CIEO Zachary Finfoss.
Now for the Netherlands, who of course have the benefit of having started with a 0 score from their first team rider. Cracking performance from Liselot Kodemans, of course. Now it is their second rider, and Wim Vos on a 4 penalty score himself individually. Here was Cicero Zachary Z. Oh, yeah. Well, for the Dutch, that is an 8. So they've reversed the sort of outcome of France by doing it the other way round. But it means at the moment they still stay on 8 because they can discard that particular score.
8 penalties, but now we're Riesenbeck and now we're crossing fingers for Socrates, 18 years of age, by looks that Riesenbeck and Hedda Briggs.
Well, not the start that these two were wanting either, unfortunately, for Hedda Brunns and Socrates for Sweden. And Sweden, of course, with that 8 penalty discard as well. So there could be a movement in their score, obviously, in a moment. Well, sorry to say, it is elimination for the second refusal, the last day for those two, and that is a shame. She hasn't had the easiest of shows, and unfortunately it hasn't got any easier today. So Sweden's score goes to 16, which puts them level with Great Britain, and behind now France, the Netherlands and Belgium.
It started with a clear. They are among the best scorers for the team. This is Daria Ares, and next to go for Italy, Carolina Finocchio.
I hope that Carolina is okay. Daria
Take your time, it's all right. And listen, we're with you, Carolina Finocchio.
Well, fingers crossed that she is okay. She's able to walk away. It is such a shame because she was doing so well, Daria. And Carolina Finocchio, Obviously, it doesn't impact Italy's score because they had the clear round.
Zwei Mannschaften sind es noch im zweiten Durchgang. 2 more teams to come for the second rider rotation. This is Switzerland next to go. With a clear, starting with Noah Philippe de Faust and Rigo de la Clozière. And now the second rider, with 4 penalties per individual score, Daytona and Sacha de Sénanclan.
So Sacha de Sakhalins now for the Swiss team. Daytona is the name of the ride, clear and 4. Ooh. Score of 4. Well, Swiss team picking up 4, but it doesn't need to go into the system yet because of the fact they've got that clear round to start with, which ensures they have a discard score, which means that for the moment they can remain on their team score of 4. It's all very finely balanced. It'll be interesting to see what happens with the German combination next up, because of course this is Germany needing a clear to keep that advantage that they have currently, because they did pick up 4 from their first rider. But as I said earlier as well, the 3 riders still to go for Team Germany have been absolutely faultless over this event, and I'm sure we'll be looking to continue that. Yanahel, Copacabana M. So far, so good for Yanahel here in Copacabana. Keeping Germany very much pointing towards a gold medal at the moment with this needed clear round. Just to get down the line to finish things off in this, and she's done it. Germany back on track. Germany still able to finish on a 0 score. Of course, Switzerland and Italy could still finish on scores of 4. And at the moment, the only teams that can finish on 8 are France or the Netherlands. So there's a little bit of movement there, but it'll all come down to what happens with the final 2 riders in each of the teams. And that, well, that we'll discover after a short break here in Riesenbeck.
With an all-clear performance after the second rider rotation. So that was exciting already. And we're going to have 2 more rotations left. Now, short break to prepare the footage once more. And then we're back with the decisive rounds of the FBI European Championship Children. Willkommen zurück zum Teamfinale der FBI-Europameisterschaften Springen für die Children. Es sind noch einmal 11 Mannschaften und 2 Durchgänge, die hier zu uns kommen werden und das Mannschaftsergebnis.
Here we go with the final 2 riders from each of the teams.
Oder ein Stechen um Silber. Wir schauen, wie es weitergeht jetzt mit dem polnischen Team. Next to go. Third rider rotation for the Polish team with Antonov, Mikołaj, Ziebecki.
This is the turn of Mikołaj Ziebecki and Antonov. On the 4 at the moment. Ooh.
Und der dritte Reiter für Polen mit 8 Strafpunkten entziehen sie des Parcours. Damit er für sein Einzelergebnis 20 Strafpunkte, das sehen wir dort auch auf der Videowand immer wieder angeschlagen, das sind die Einzelergebnisse.
So unfortunately picking up those penalties today will of course cost Poland the ability to keep that 4 penalty score discarded, so they move on to a team total of 21 overall. 8 today, yeah, 21. So the 8 now becomes the discard. Right, Denmark have got an 8 as a discard. This is their next rider. It's Christian Halakias. The score It's 12 for Christian Hedkias, and that, for the moment, now shuffles into the discard spot, and therefore the 8 comes into play. So 25 becomes their score for the team from Denmark.
Already with 8 and 4 penalty points on their way with Susanna Janakova, chef d'équipe, and our third rider with Ursula Holsteimer, 8 years of age, and Emma Plavsova.
Well, this is Emma Sparkova, Ursula. Oh dear. Just suddenly lost all their sort of rhythm and balance. She did a really good job to still get to the fence, but unfortunately, I think the chances of jumping it were past them at that point.
Emma Plavsova and Ursula. 12 strafpunkte für 3 Minnesota, 12 penalty points for 3 fences down, and now her individual score is 17 penalty points. And that means we also need to count the 8 and the 4 for Czech Republic so far. Great Britain on the way with both and 4 penalties. And the next one to go with Destiny, Macy Riley.
So with the score of 12, my maths puts that team up onto 28 for the Czech Republic. Now it'll be the turn of Great Britain's Macy Riley. Here she is with Destiny. 11 her score so far. Lovely mare, 17. She's won medals in the past, this horse, with Talitha Carr, and now with Maisie. She'll be picking up a few time penalties though this week, which, to be fair, is most of that 11 rather than actually jumping penalties. Britain holding a discard of 12, and that fact, they picked up 4 more, which will count.
Macy Riley.
Well, she crosses the line at the end of it all on a total of 21. Again with time penalties. So it's a total of 10 today for Destiny and Maisie. So that's a 10 that counts, and it moves the team onto a final total of 26. When I say final total, there's another horse to go. But it does mean that they are still behind Denmark and Poland now. France pushing as best they can, of course, with a clear and an 8 so far, so still holding on to the 8 penalty score. This is the return of Chloe Kalkas. And she's riding here with Exotic de Flageuse. She's done it. France certainly going to be there to pick up if one of those teams up the top have a problem. And that's great news for Chloe Kalkas there as she delivers a clear round for France. Keeps herself on a 4 as an individual score. And Exotic de Flageuse, brilliantly done. France last won the children's title back, well, the only time they've won it was back in 2013.
Of course, on Sunday morning. Next to go now, Belgium with already 8 and 4 penalty points. So falling a bit behind already, behind by France. This is now Bams Gozat and Inaya Pelling for Belgium.
Well, Belgium's Zinja Palniak and Bams Girl Z. Belgium, who have had an 8 and a 4 so far today. Back round the corner we come. Across the line. Bams Girl. Zinja Palniak clear for Belgium just when they needed that as well. So they stick on the 12 as a best outcome. And she appreciates it's an important moment for her individual. Look at that, isn't it nice to see? Important moment for the individual performance as well. Next to go is the Dutch team that are also able yet to finish on a score of 8, having had a clear and an 8. And Pedro Mansogalias, who's clear and 4 so far for the event. Hotmail des Forets, the 8-year-old Chaco Rouge gelding. So those 4 penalties are accounting for the Dutch team. For the score for the Netherlands, Pedro and Hotmail des Forets. So the Netherlands now on a score of 12. It's only France, of those 4 teams that started the day on an 8 penalty score, only France out of the 4 of them is still on an 8. Which gives them an advantage.
So far for Hannah Bruce. So let's keep our fingers crossed for one individual combination that is clear after 2 rounds already. Part of the best group in this Europeans for the individual standing. Got to give CC and Katharina Wilhelmsson fehlerfrei nach 2 Runden als Individualergebnis.
So this is Katharina Williamson, Sweden, who, as I say, at best can finish on a score of 16, and sadly because of the elimination they had a short while ago, now knowing that all their scores count, but got to give CC is up until this point in the championship clear so far. Still clear. Sweden going for the gold as well individually. That's only the 7th rider to finish on a 0 score over the entirety of the championship. So those zeros whittling down bit by bit. But well done, Katharina Williamson. Got to give CC just what Sweden needed. They remain on a best outcome of 16. Now, we should, of course, it wasn't just Sweden that lost their second rider to an elimination, because Italy did as well, which has put the Italian team under a little bit of pressure, I would think, in a moment. They, of course, though, have Guinvera Solosa Mararefi here with Camille van de Edenhoorn, who, though, is also clear through the 2 championship rounds so far. But any faults will count, and they, of course, now know France are only just behind them. Over the line on a total of 8, and of course that 8 is 8 that has to count, and that brings the change. The change is that France now move in to the bronze medal position. So, France have the chance. But what about Switzerland? Still sitting on their 4 penalty score, have an opportunity to consolidate a medal, in fact, with this round. It would guarantee them a medal if they go clear. I'm not saying what colour, I'm just saying it would guarantee them a medal. Because they would then not be able to finish on a score lower than 8, and the only other nation that can also get an 8 is France, so even if they had to jump off to decide the colour. This is Apri de Germain and Annick Michel. Clear through both rounds of jumping so far. Ooh, front rail's gone. So the Swiss now are on a score of 8 as well, because they're going to have to count one of the 2 4s they have. And I'm sure many of you have just worked out that that allows the next rider from Germany to jump for gold. So 4 it is as a score, 8 it is. But from my reckoning, even with the 8, yeah, no, it can't, because they also have another rider to go, and they could go to 12, so I'm not going to say that yet. And France have a discard of 8, so silver is not anywhere near decided, neither is the bronze. What could, in a moment, be decided, though, is the gold medal, because this will be Louisa Charlotte Brox for Germany, who has been clear through the event so far with Kodjana 4. If she was to jump a clear round, Germany will take gold, because the worst outcome for the German team would then become a score of 4, which obviously is going to be good enough. If she was to have a fence down, we'll wait and see what happens with the final riders. Well, she's had a fence down, so we're going to have to wait and see what happens with the final riders. Germany will still have the advantage going into the final round. Coming home on the 4, finishing on the 4. It's not decided yet, because that means, as I said, Germany move on to a score of 4, but they're still holding a 4 penalty discard, which could push them to 8 if their last rider was also to have a fence down. But it means that the worst outcome is an 8 penalty score.
Aber die Spitze entscheidet sich jetzt Gold und Silber im 4. und letzten Durchgang. So there is a secure team bronze for Germany, but we're going to have the medals decided of gold and silver now in the final 4th rider rotation. Starting back again with Poland. Wir beginnen wieder mit Polen und beginnen mit dem Team, das bisher mit 4 Startpunkten sicher ein Ergebnis weiter ist, mit Unbelievable Vila Kulesza.
This is Unbelievable. Lila Kulesza, then for Poland. And on a individual total of 5 so far. Poland have a 8 penalty discard and a best outcome of 21. Ooh. Coming into the final fences now.
And unbelievable.
It is the 4 for 25 as a total. 25 for Poland, if I've got my maths correct, because there is a computer, but I prefer pen and paper.
Next to go is Denmark, with a clear 8 and 12 so far. And the next rider on 4 for the individual standings, trying to qualify for the individual final tomorrow morning. Coco Chanel and Palma Sophie, 3 guns on Christensen.
Coco Chanel is the ride of Denmark's final combination. Palma Sophie Gray Jensen Christensen. The 4 penalties came on the first day. Denmark, who have a 12 penalty discard that they're holding at the moment. Nicely done. Very nicely done from the Danish start, delivering their second clear. 25 is the score, and it means that they finish equal with Poland. So they both start and finished on the same score. They got there in different ways, but it's the same score. Now the Czech Republic unable to beat those scores now. Poland and Denmark have actually made, whatever happens now, they've also got themselves ahead of the Czech Republic, they've got themselves ahead of Great Britain. Maybe yet other teams, we'll see. But the Czech Republic at best can finish on a total of 28. They are still holding a 12 penalty discard. This, though, is Emma Dorchova riding with Alantino. So now that moves the team on to a score of 32. And finishing on a total of 4 for that particular round, 12 for their individual total. That was Emma Dodalova and Alatino. And the Czech Republic now, as I say, on a score of 32. 25 apiece for Denmark and Poland, 32 for the Czech Republic.
Und jetzt kommt das Team von Claire Whittaker, Team Great Britain. Mit 4 Strafpunkten hat auch die Reiterin noch beste Aussichten.
Well, the British team with their final rider up next, and that'll be Tabby Morgan-Evans, who's got an individual total of 4. British team started the day on a total of 12, now on a best outcome of 26, and still holding a 12 penalty discard as their last rider gets underway on Bermudez. Of course, if she's clear as well, it will qualify her for the individual final with that score. Clear round today, well done to Tabby Morgan-Evans and Bermudez BDA, big smile. Well done, Bermudez. So she qualifies for the individual final. She'll be the second British rider to qualify because, of course, the individual for Great Britain, Eleonora Lungan, is one of the 0 scores going into those individual finals. But for Britain's team score, it is a total of 26. They, as I said, do fall behind Poland and Denmark in terms of the order, but do stay ahead of the Czech Republic. Right, this is an absolutely key moment. It won't make the colour of the medal decision right here, right now, but it will guarantee them a medal right here, right now, if this round is clear. France, though, do have an 8 penalty discard. This is Appeline Bobry and Eclipse de Benevel. The best outcome available to France is the 8 that they started on today. And if they can land this as a... They won't land this as a clear, so now they drop to 12. Wow, this has opened the door to a big jump off for a bronze medal. You only get a jump off in the championship. Ooh, 2 have gone. They both count, and suddenly France won't be part of that. From going from the opportunity to maybe forcing a jump off for a silver medal and a bronze medal and guaranteeing them a medal, it's slipped away maybe their chance at one. Because now we know that France will finish this on a total of 16, and there are 3 nations still that could yet finish on 12. Well, what a shame. And of course, from an individual standpoint, her individual total goes to 16 as well. And I'd suggest that it's going to be the 12s. I think 12 will be the cut-off line. It might drop as low as 11, but we'll see for the individual final. So yeah, 8 penalties there, 16 it is as a score. Now, that means that Belgium, the Netherlands and Italy will certainly want to be on their game, because if they can get a clear round from their last rider, and that will involve them finishing on a total of 12, they will guarantee that they will at least be in a jump-off for a medal. It might be even better than that, but at least you're still in with the shout. This is the ride of Maria Stazia, Tiamiga de Magico de Resnova and this partnership that so far are faultless at this championships, but does that continue now when we really are at the crunch time? Of course, if we have a jump off, all the team riders participate. Oh, it's gone. Sort of out of their hands now. They have to wait and see. 4 as a score. They go to 16 as well. I mean, there is a set of circumstances that is easily achievable where the 16s all become the jump-off becomes the jump-off score you need to go and jump off for the bronze medal. But there is also the opportunity now for the Dutch and Italy to finish on 12. The only team at the moment that is guaranteed a medal is Germany. But even the colour of that isn't worked out yet. I mean, we know it's one of two colours. It's either a gold or a silver medal, but that's as far as that goes. Now, Joe Schaap. This is Karaminka, the last up for the Netherlands. Big moment as well, therefore. The Dutch need a clear to finish on 12 and give themselves that potential of maybe getting into a jump-off with Italy, or putting enough pressure on Italy that actually a clear round here and a fault from Italy would give the Netherlands the bronze, potentially, or even a shot at the silver if the Swiss have an error. Very, very tight. Combination jumped clear on day one, picked up 4 on the second day. Gets away with a little tap of the toe. gone in the right direction for the Netherlands, hasn't it? Clear round, and 12 is the finishing score for the Dutch in the team competition. It puts them now very much in with the chance of a medal. In fact, it's what I can say is at the very least, the worst outcome now for the Netherlands is that they jump off for a medal. They jump off for a bronze medal. That's the worst outcome available to them. So that's a pretty good place to be. Now, Sweden are up next. Now, sadly, from Sweden's perspective, they stand there on there watching on, but they know that their best outcome, as things currently stand in the results for Team Sweden, is a total of 16. And this, though, Jonathan Hansen, Jack Courtier, clear and 4 so far. Gone. Four to finish, 20 the score. As Sweden conclude their championship. So 3 riders left to go in this team final that is very much looking like there's so many different things that can happen depending on what goes on with the riders over the next few rounds. And you've got Italy next. Best outcome for Italy is a total of 12. If they jump a clear, and that's what they need from Beatrice Delazini, they will tie level with the Dutch, and that would force a jump off for a medal. Then it'll be Switzerland. Best outcome 8. Worst outcome 12. So they could end up in the mix on that jump off for a medal. Germany, who then, of course, know that the worst outcome for Germany is going to be 8. I mean, Germany can have it 1 before their last rider even comes in, but this is Beatrice Delazini. Try to keep Italy in with the medal contentions. Oh no, and it's gone, and with it, potentially, most possibly, the chance of that medal. And the Dutch now confirmed as a team that will take a medal. The Netherlands will either have the silver or the bronze medal. At the moment, Italy, because they have to count this score, are now on a total of 20. And having started the day on a 4, it's seen them go in the wrong direction, unfortunately. They also finish with the same total as Sweden, and drop behind France and Belgium. So now the Swiss, now their last rider, Jordan Shakharov, has had a tough couple of days of jumping. He's coming in on an individual total of 45, having picked up 19 and 26 in the 2 rounds so far. Kurossi crescendo. Now, the Swiss have a discard of 4, so their worst outcome is 12. But at the same time, Germany's worst outcome is 8. It's a clear round or nothing in terms of what happens next. Because if he's clear, he could potentially force Germany into a jump-off for the gold. If he has a fence down, Switzerland will jump off for bronze and silver with the Netherlands. Oh no, it's gone. The Clip My Horse fence falls. And that means it's gold for Germany. And it's a jump off to come for the silver and the bronze. 4 is the score. What a recovery. He's done so well after 2 difficult rounds to have done what he has done. But it does mean that the Swiss team finish on a total of 12. And Germany, before their last rider has even entered the arena, know now they are the gold medal winners in the team. And reclaiming the children's title that they won in 2022 and 2023. But there is an individual point to the round to come. Germany, look, they realise what it is. They know what they've done. But Justice Thompson now, including 93, the last to go before we start thinking of the jump off. Justice Thompson here, including 93. Germany. One of the clear rounds so far. We have ended up with 7 0 scores. This would make 8 going into the final. The perfect finish on a golden day for Team Germany. Here at home, they have done it and found their way to a team title. Congratulations, Germany, the gold medal winners in the Children's European Championship team competition of 2025. A superb result for their lineup of riders, and Justice Thompson there giving us the 8th combination that'll head into the individual final on a 0 score. but we do not know.
At the European Championship, and Germany has won team gold with only
We
4
do not
medal
know who's
points
won the
as
silver
team
medal.
scorer.
I mean, the lovely thing for the Swiss and the Dutch is that they both know they're going to win a medal. So, a jump off to come. But congratulations, Germany. We will not be long, and then we will jump off for the silver and bronze. As I say, it's nice to know they both are going to win a medal. It's just no one knows which colour yet. We'll find out soon.
Mit allen 4 Reitern der Teams, die dann wieder im Nationenpreissystem zu uns kommen werden. Also der erste der Niederlande, der erste der Schweiz, der zweite der Niederlande, der zweite der Schweiz und so fort. So ladies and gentlemen, there will be a jump off, and we'll have a jump off about the silver medal. And we're starting with the Netherlands first, then Switzerland, and we have the classical first, second, third, and fourth rider rotation, like we had in all the 2 rounds of the team score before. We're preparing everything for the jump off for the silver medal at the FBI Jumping European Championships. Children, I'm going to have 8 more competitors, the Netherlands first, and then Switzerland, to decide the silver medal.
Cereal-free, wie es der Name sagt, getreidefreies Futter für Pferde mit niedrigem Energiebedarf oder Stoffwechselproblemen. Pferde mit Magen- oder Muskelproblemen bietet Gastric Energy die optimale Versorgung.
They say it takes one to know one. It's a saying that's particularly true when it comes to champions of equestrian sports. You see, by recognizing each other's talents and needs, they help each other to perform at the highest level. So, if you aim to join the very best, choose championship quality. Choose Rulofsen Horse Trucks.
Auswahl des Pferdefutters für meine Pferde mache ich keine Kompromisse. Deshalb fütter ich Glücklas aus Überzeugung.
Congratulations im Rahmen der FDI Jumping European Championships Riesenbeck 2025. Es geht um die Silbermedaille für die Niederlande oder die Schweiz. Und es geht für alle 4 Teamreiter der Children jetzt noch einmal über diesen Parcours. Wir beginnen mit der verkürzten Linie, eigentlich der Konsequenz des Umlaufs. Und zwar beginnen wir mit dem Hinterboxer Nummer 10. In der Folge der Boxer von Riesenbeck International, dann die Linkswelle zum Klippenhaus-Steilsprung und die zweifache Kombination der gelbe Boxer und der olympiafarbene Steilsprung gleich zum AB. Dann bin ich aber noch einmal auf der rechten Hand. Die Hindernis Nummer 15, das ist der Steilsprung in der Mitte der Bahn. Die Hand zu wechseln auf den letzten Boxer hin. Der ehemalige Aussprung der Zweifachen von Lukas P. ist jetzt Hindernis Nummer 16 von der anderen Seite zu springen. So once again, we have the jump off and will decide the silver medal between these 8 competitors. All 4 of the 2 teams will come further forward, and of course we have a stretch score. That means only the 3 best scores according to penalties will count, and then afterwards, according to the time, there's an equal penalty score. Then in the second step, we're going to use the time to decide the silver medal. And we have the jump off course starting with the Future boxer, number 10. The following line towards the Riesenbeck International boxer, number 11. Then the left turn, tight turn to the Christmas vertical and red and white. And then the double combination with a yellow boxer and the Olympic vertical 13A and B. And the new obstacle is the wooden vertical number 15, change of hands in the air towards the Lucas P. Oxer. And that will finish this decision for the 8 competitors on course. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's start the final jump off for the silver medal.
Jump off time, here we go. It's time to decide who is going to be able to secure a silver medal. As I said a moment ago, it was nice that both these teams know that they are definitely both going to pick up a medal. I think that's important. Some quiet words between the two of them there. You've got this. It has no impact on the individual scores, I should point that out. So Lisa Kotterman, who's going to get things underway, obviously one of the 0 scores, but whatever happens here does not affect them. Right, here we go. It's jump off time. Starting over what was fence 10 onto fence 11, then the roll back to the Clip My Horse fence. Down to the double. Turn back to a new fence across the middle. 15, here it is. Oof, little stutter. Loss of momentum, but keeps going. Now down to another new fence at the bottom of the arena. Jumps the parallel, finishes it off, and 35.47 on the clock for the first of the Dutch team. And of course, it's clear. Thoughts come first, time comes second, but we're going to count, as ever, the best 3 out of 4. Being the rock that the Dutch have been able to build their challenge upon. Now, to another absolutely solid performer for the Swiss. He is their one and only 0 score for this championship is, of course, Noah Phillips de Voist here, and Fuego de Clossier. Oh, and from faultless to a stop. And how much impact does that have for the Swiss? We will find out. Turned up almost expecting Fuego to jump it. So 4 and 49.19 as a final time, but the stop and the time therefore going against them. Over Philip de Weest and his ride. That was the point where it came undone with Fuego. So back to the Dutch. As the focus moves across.
Jetzt die 10-jährige CIEO Zachary. Und jetzt geht es aus für den zweiten Reiter der Niederlande mit Wim Vos, Netherlands.
So for the Netherlands, Sister Zachary Zed and rider Wim Vos. Beautifully done. 37.01 with the clear. So the 2 clear rounds, hopefully the Dutch will think that that could be setting them in a very good direction for a silver medal here.
37.01 seconds. Now next to go is again Switzerland, of course.
Back to the Swiss we go. Now their second rider. Really needing a clear round to bring the Swiss team back into this. The turn of Sasha Descalens riding here with Diekona. It's gone as well. Wow. Not going to plan for Switzerland. They will have to count a 4 and 35. It was a good time. 35.96. I had that up. It's the score because now Swiss jumping have to count a 4, which means the next rider for the Netherlands, Pedro, can jump to win a silver medal by jumping it clear. Because if the Dutch rider is clear, the Netherlands forgetting time for a minute because it won't become relevant. It means the Dutch will have a 0 score, which will be unachievable by the Swiss, who are now on 4. So putting the time to one side just for a moment, that might still be needed depending what happens, but the clear round trumps it all. Pedro Mancier Grios, a young man, only 12 years of age, as you can see there on the screen, is the rider who has the first opportunity in this jump off to bring it to a conclusion with Hotmail des Forêts and secure a silver medal for the Netherlands in the team. One final fence to go, and it is a silver medal for the Netherlands. They've done it. Silver for the Netherlands. The jump off concludes with a 3 clears, and they've done it moment from the Dutch. It is a bronze medal for the team from Switzerland. They should be very happy and proud of that. But I'm sure the Dutch will be delighted with their silver medal and the way they've climbed their way back into this today. But overall, it's been pointing in one direction from the start, and that was that Germany were going to end up as the gold medal winners, and that is exactly what's happened. So, more to come with the individuals later on when the junior individual title will be decided upon. You can see the next was ready to go for the Swiss, but it was not needed. It was over and done in that moment. So, what a day. Germany, the European team champions in the children's, as we say well done once more to them and their riders. Max Kugler, Joanna Hell, Louisa Charlotte Brox and Justice Thompson have certainly done what they came here to do. The Netherlands, well done. You finish in second place and in third. Well done, Switzerland. Belgium tying in the end for fourth. You can see the rest of the order further down. So, individual honours later. I'll leave you with the presentations as Wolfgang takes you through that here in the arena for the Championship Awards. Well done again, Germany. Team Gold. We'll be back in about an hour and a half, I think, just under, with that individual final for the junior European title.
Der besten Europas in diesem Jahr. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the official score now. Germany wins Team Gold, Netherlands Team Silver, and the Swiss Team Bronze. So we prepare everything for the medal giving ceremony.
Bang, bang, leave you sleep.
Meine Damen und Herren, hier sind sie gleich. Die neuen Mannschafts-Europameister der FEI Jumping European Championships. Hier ist. Und machen Sie sich bereit für einen Riesenapplaus, um sie zu begrüßen. Jetzt kommt Team Deutschland. FEI Jumping European Championships 2025. The riders, they dismount, die Reiter trennen sich für einen kurzen Moment von ihren Lieblingen, von ihren Pferden, von ihren Sportpartnern. Und ich darf sehr herzlich das Ehrenkomitee begrüßen. We'd like to welcome the honoring committee for this medal giving ceremony. President of the ground jury and representative of the FEI, Laura van den Graaf. We'd like to welcome also the representatives for the whole team of Riesenbeck International. And as representative among us is Ludger Beerbaum. We'd like to welcome the Managing Director, Sports of the German Equestrian Federation, Dr. Dennis Peiler. Representing Free Jump, Kurt Brücker. And representing the company of cast, Lukas Pożwadowski. And now it's time to take the podium. Die Zeit, das Bronze-Podest zu besteigen. Ihr dürft vortreten und euch euren Riesenapplaus abholen. Im Stechen am Ende ein bisschen Pech gehabt, aber Bronze gewonnen hat das Team von Gianluca Agostoni, Victoria Beck, Jordan Sherbakov, Annick Michel, Sascha de Saint-Onclay und Noah Philipp de Faust. Das Team der Schweiz, Bronze. Auf dem Silberrang gewinnen sie im Stechen diese silberne Medaille. Das Team von Edwin Hohenrath, Messina den Tönder, Jups Raab, Pedro Mansur Guerrios, Wim Voss und Lieselot Koremans. The silver medal goes to the Netherlands. Und diese 5 haben am Ende dem deutschen Team die erste Goldmedaille an diesem Wochenende beschert. Das Team von Eberhard Seemann gewinnt schon nach der zweiten Runde im Teamfinale Mannschaftsgold. Mathilde Beerbaum, Justus Thomsen, Luisa Charlotte Brox, Johanna Hell und Maximilian Kögler. Hier kommen die neuen Mannschafts-Europameister bei den Children, Team Deutschland. Und nun kommen die Medaillen. The medals are handed over by the representative of the International Equestrian Federation, the FEI, Laura van den Graaf. The bronze medal for those 5 riders who started the competition with a penalties and time competition. First, on Wednesday, Victoria Beck, Jordan Cherbakov, Annick Michel, Sacha de Saint-Enclan und Noah Philipp de Faust. The Silver Medals, die Silbermedaillen aus Händen von Laura van den Graaf, werden jetzt überreicht an das Team der Niederlande. 5 silberne Medaillen, denn gemeinsam sind sie am Mittwoch in den Teamwettbewerb zu 5 gestartet. Und danach hat Edwin Hochenrath als Equipe-Chef die 4 für das Mannschaftsfinale der 2 Umläufe benannt. Messina den Tönder war am Mittwoch noch mit dem Team dabei. Dann Jobska, Pedro Mansur Guerrios, Wim Voss und Lieselot Koremans erhalten jetzt die Silbermedaille der Europameisterschaften der Children. Und nun kommen wir zu den Goldmedaillen. Laura van den Graaf überreicht diesen 5 Athletinnen und Athleten auf dem obersten Goldpodest die verdienten Medaillen. Wenn man bedenkt, wie viel Aufregung, wie viel Aufwand und wie viel Vorfreude mit dabei war, die verdiente Belohnung dieses 5er-Teams. Mathilde Beerbaum, Justus Thomsen, Luisa Charlotte Brox, Johanna Hell und Maximilian Kögler erhalten jetzt die Goldmedaille für ihren Titel der Mannschafts-Europameister von Riesenbeck. Und um noch einmal dieses Bild, gerade mit den frisch umgehängten Medaillen für die Ewigkeit, auch für die Presse und für uns alle im Herzen festzuhalten, wollen wir Sie noch einmal richtig jubeln lassen mit unserem Applaus. Die Bronze-, Silber- und Goldmedaillengewinner der Europameisterschaften. Und nun, meine Damen und Herren, wollen wir den Moment gebührend feiern, indem ich Sie bitten darf, wenn Sie können, wenn Sie in der Lage sind, sich von Ihren Plätzen zu erheben für die Nationalhymne. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, may we kindly ask you to be all upstanding for the national anthem of Germany. Die Hymne für die neuen Mannschaftseuropameister für Team Deutschland und die Glückwünsche, die sich nun anschließen von unserem Ehrenkomitee. Es gratuliert im Namen des gesamten Organisationskomitees, nicht nur von Riesenbeck International, auch von diesen Europameisterschaften, hier Ludger Beerbaum. Mit den besten Grüßen des gesamten Teams, begleitet von Dr. Dennis Peiler als Geschäftsführer im Bereich Sport der Deutschen Reiterlichen Vereinigung und begleitet auch nicht nur von Lukas Poživatowski, sondern auch von Kurt Bröker mit den Ehrenpreisen für den Bronzerang, nämlich den Free Jump Stirrups Soft Light Up. Is the prizes in kind that's brought by Kurt Bröker for the company Free Jump, the Stirrup Soft Up Light, for the special prize of the bronze medal, accompanied by the Managing Director Sports of the German Equestrian Federation, Dr. Dennis Peiler, also accompanied by Lukas Poživatowski, and on behalf of the whole organizing committee of these European Championships, Ludger Beerbaum. Wir kommen zum Silberrang. Und nun darf vor allen Dingen Lukas Poživatowski die Ehrenpreise aus dem Hause Kask an die Silbermedaillengewinner der Niederlande überreichen. Denn hier gibt es einen großzügigen Voucher, einen Gutschein für den neuen Cookie-Reithelm von Kask. Herzlichen Glückwunsch noch einmal und vielen Dank für diesen besonderen Ehrenpreis dem Silbermedaillenteam Niederlande. Und die Glückwünsche unseres Ehrenkomitees für die neuen Mannschaftseuropameister. Vor allen Dingen mit dem Ehrenpreis aus dem Hause Fundis. Denn da gibt es einen Regiestuhl für alle 5. There will be a director's chair for all of the 5 riders of the team gold medal winning team. And also a €250 voucher brought to you by Fundis Reitsport. Handed over by Ludger Beerbaum, Dr. Dennis Peiler on behalf of the German Equestrian Federation, Kurt Bröker and Lukas Poživatowski. This is our honoring committee to honor the gold medal winning team of Germany. Und ich glaube, wenn jetzt der Chef de Keep auf seinem Regiestuhl Platz genommen hat, dann können wir für dieses Bild noch einmal so laut sein, wie es eben geht, um die neuen Europameister zu feiern. Herzlichen Glückwunsch den Bronze-, Silber- und Goldmedaillengewinnern. Und jetzt sind sie ausgestattet, nicht nur mit den Schärpen, mit den Medaillen, mit den Ehrenpreisen, die es hier in dieser Zeremonie zu übergeben gab, sondern jetzt ist es auch an der Zeit, wieder Platz zu nehmen, dort, wo sie sich am wohlsten fühlen. It's time to take the place where you feel the most comfortable and the most united together with your horses, because this whole success is only possible with those beautiful horses we have. Und das ist auch die Gelegenheit, meine Damen und Herren, diesen Pferden Danke zu sagen, denn sie sind nicht weniger und vielleicht sogar viel mehr als nur 50% Teil dieser Medaillen. Für die Schweiz, Hold Up du Marin, Glossary Crescendo, A priori du Verman and Daytona and Fuego de la Closierie, die Pferde der Reiter der Schweiz. Wir applaudieren auch für die Pferde der Niederlande. At Just a Moment van Herenhuis, Kadominka, Hotmail de Forêt, CIO Zachary und Nini von HD. Und unser Applaus für die Pferde der Goldmedaillengewinner Deutschlands. Sam Semper, Clooney, Cordiana, Copacabana und Georgie. Ohne sie wären wir nur Fußgänger. Das sind unsere Pferde. Und nun ist es an der Zeit, dass unser Goldmedaillenteam die Ehrenrunde anführen darf. Zu 5 nebeneinander. Now, ladies and gentlemen, time to take the lap of honor with our all huge round of applause for the gold medal winning team up front. This is Germany taking the lap of honor with Netherlands and Switzerland. Die Schweiz und die Niederlande verlassen uns, aber Team Deutschland bleibt noch einen Moment bei uns, denn ihr sollt noch einmal eure Bühne auf eurer Sonderehrenrunde bekommen. Unser Glückwunsch an Mathilde Beerbaum, Justus Thomsen, Luisa Charlotte Brox, Johanna Hell und Maximilian Kögler. Das, meine Damen und Herren, war das Teamfinale der Europameisterschaften für die Children. Wie sieht's aus? Wollt ihr noch einmal, Mathilde? Wollen wir sie noch einmal sehen, meine Damen und Herren? Unsere Mannschaftseuropameister für Deutschland.
Ja, gerade ein spannendes Stechen um die Silbermedaille hat, meine Damen und Herren, werden wir auch um ganz in Ruhe das Europameisterschafts-Einzelfinale der Junioren vorbereiten zu können, aufbauen und auch für die Reiter besichtigen lassen zu können. Diese Prüfung um 15 Uhr beginnen. We have a new starting time for the individual final of the Junior European Championships at 3 p.m. So it's time to shower our new European champions right now. That's been target holding the final next up at 3 p.m. at the Postpone of Boulder Part 2.
Das hier ist ewig, ewig für heute. Wir stehen nicht still für eine ganze Nacht. Komm, ich Tagen wie